Representative Hill, the sponsor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and the rest of ED&A committee. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. So I see a couple of nods. That's a good thing. For the record, I'm also the representative for the town of Northfield and 1/3 of the city of Franklin. I'm here to talk to you about an organization that's near and dear to my heart since I've become a representative back 10 years or so ago. And that's the Legislative Youth Advisory Council. I hope you've all taken advantage of the opportunity to attend one of their Zoom meetings, or maybe you have submitted legislation for them to examine and provide testimony on. I think you'll find that they're a great bunch of kids. And I think they'll probably be our replacements at some point in time here. This is a very unusual group, and one that I think is worthy of our attention. In preparation for this, I reread the statutes dealing with Legislative Youth Advisory Council. They're available in section 19-K:1, 2, 3, and 4. Sounds ominous, but you could probably read it in the time that I take to testify here. It is very clear from those statutes that the goal is to try to create a diverse group of, or a cross section of New Hampshire students, whether that is by geographic or socioeconomic, or by the opportunities of where they find their education, whether they're private schools or public schools or charter schools or whatever, right to the workforce. So what we're hoping to do is try to get as diverse a group as we can. And that's what I see as a problem. And what I was hoping to deal with in this legislation. We currently have 4 people appointing members to the Legislative Youth Advisory Council. That would be the Senate President, the Speaker, the Governor, and the Secretary of State. None of these 4 coordinate. So it's just by chance that we end up with a diverse group, or covering as many of the possible organizations or geographic areas as we can. So the proposal in this bill primarily is to limit that down to 2 appointers, and recognizing that this is the Legislative Youth Advisory Council, it would seem logical that the legislature are the appointers. So I've made the Senate President and the Speaker the primary appointers of the students. Certainly the other 2 that I've deleted off that list of appointers would be able to suggest names to those people. But I think primarily it would be a good idea if the Senate President and the Speaker coordinated in order to get as diverse a group as possible. And as you read the statutes, I think one of the things that's most evident is that they talk about diversity in a number of areas, but they don't talk about diversity of thought. And that's, I've been involved with this group for a little over 10 years. That's one of the things that I'm seeing that is a problem for me. It's become a less and less diverse group in terms of thought. Almost all of their decisions on legislation come down to a unanimous vote. There used to be, years ago, a real give and take, a real pro and con. For those of us that remember 60 Minutes used to have point counterpoint. They used to have those kind of discussions, and they were terrific theater to watch. They don't do that anymore. It seems that all of the students come from one train of thought, and they all agree on what the testimony would be. You can imagine, and I think part of that reason is where they're appointed from And I think the other reason is somewhere along the line, someone has come up with the idea of an application. And they're handing out the application, or the current members take those applications and give them to other students that they know, and they give them to the students that think the way that they do. They don't look for, someone that doesn't think the way they do, and so it becomes a self-licking ice cream cone here. You pretty much know the result when you come in. So I would like to see, I think, this bill retained, and the reason is it would give the committee the ability to see some of their council meetings in action, take some of the thoughts that I've given you this morning and apply those to those meetings. I've had some nice conversations with the members of the council, and they've come up with an amendment that I think will be introduced today. They've had some great ideas. I think those should be incorporated in some of the work over the summer, perhaps on this group. But more than anything else, I'd like this to be the way the drafters originally designed this. It should be a give and take organization, and it's not become that. So with that, I'll end. I'm happy to answer any other questions about the legislation that I proposed, but I think it may be best served for the state of New Hampshire and for the kids if we talk this over a little bit. So that's where I'll leave it. Again, happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Representative Schuett has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Hill. I'm curious why, if you are concerned about the current appointing authorities, why didn't you incorporate the way so many of these things are formed by naming groups or persons to nominate names to put forward to those appointing authorities?
Thank you for your question. And if I could, I would show you my notes that says almost exactly that. One of the things I thought I'd talk about during the study committee of some type, my idea would be to use that application process by asking the Department of Education to submit a single application to all of their schools, all of their contacts, all of the charter school user groups, and have them create this pool. The purpose of the application process, I believe, was to create a pool of applicants. We're not getting that pool in a diverse manner. And so if we had the DOE submit that to all of the usual suspects, to coin a phrase, that would be a good idea. Then it would be the pool that the Speaker and the Senate President would be able to select from and get the diversity that I think we all are seeking.
Representative Schultz has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsor, for taking my question. I'm curious, I've also have attended some of the meetings, and it's interesting, the topics that they picked seem to be things that maybe they would agree upon even if there is party diversity. Do we know, I'm trying to think of the way to word this. I mean, is the assumption based on the topics, or is that they pick things that maybe they should disagree on, or is the assumption that they agree because they're all of, say, a similar future party choice? Because I think the topics they pick to work on seem to be things that they, well, now I'm testifying, I apologize. I'll let you answer my question. I apologize.
No, it's a good point you make. I'm not sure if the tail is wagging the dog or the dog wagging the tail. It is, there are subject matters certainly that they have always been interested in. And And so some of those, it may be a self-fulfilling prophecy, as you say. But that would be something that we would certainly want to discuss and see if there is a better way to organize. It may be something as simple as, the legislative co-chairs, maybe they select the bills that the Youth Advisory Council evaluates. I don't know. That's just a possible solution as well.
Representative Goley has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a question of the chair. Do we need to do a roll call before we start this, even though it's a continuation, and to make sure nobody has any trouble getting on?
I think you're right. I apologize for having forgotten the statement and the roll call. So after Representative Fellows has a question, and after that we will pause for those technical issues and then continue with the hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for the reminder. Representative Fellows?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hill, you've been talking about bills and the Legislative Advisory Council taking positions on bills, and you're looking for diversity in that, but is that really the role of the Student Advisory Council? Because when I read the statute, that's not what it says. It talks about their responsibility is to identify issues that are important to their cohorts and advise the legislature on these issues and submit an annual report. To me, that almost sounds more like the functioning of a study commission. Can you just comment on your perception of exactly what they should be doing?
Sure. Thank you very much for your question. So I agree with you. If you're looking at K:1, that is exactly what that says. If you look at K:3, which are the duties, they talk about advising the legislature president and speaker on proposed or pending legislation, state budget expenditures, and policy matters of concern to youth. Advise the joint standing committees of the legislature and the legislative study committees, commissions on issues concerning to youth. Conduct an annual seminar, meet no fewer than 4 times, conduct public forums. So there's a number of other duties other than what you may read in just the section 1.
Okay, so thank you. It's quite diverse what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. Are there any other questions for Representative Hill? Okay, seeing none, we will take care of some housekeeping details. First, this is a meeting of the ED&A committee. As chair, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. The public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House Rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. And we will now take a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know. Mr. Clerk.
Representative Allegro.
Present.
Representative Bailey.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Fellows.
Present, home alone.
And filling in for Representative Fontenot is Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi is here and home alone.
Representative Bowe.
Here at home, and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Groda.
Here, home, in my office alone.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur, je suis là et mon épouse est dans notre chambre.
I think he's alone. Representative Lansara.
I'm here mobile in my truck. All the people in and out.
Representative Lucas.
I'm present in the committee room.
Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien.
I'm present. I'm here in Nashua alone.
Representative Pearson.
Hi, I'm off in Zoom land here. I'm out and about today.
Whatever that was.
I beg your pardon. Did you say you were alone?
I am not necessarily alone because I'm mobile today. But for the most part, I am, yes.
Representative Roy.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Santonastaso.
Alone in Team New Hampshire.
Representative Schmidt.
I am present at my home office in Dover. I am alone.
Representative Schuett.
I am present at my home in Pembroke.
Representative Schultz.
I am present in my residence in Concord, and my husband will be in and out of the room.
Clerk is here in the committee room. Representative Yakubovich.
Present. Right outside, all alone. Coming in.
Oh, okay, perfect. Representative McGuire, we have a full house.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all, and apologize for not doing it on time. The only other person who signed up to speak on this bill is not present as far as I can tell. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on House Bill 457?
Madam Chair.
Hello. I did sign up to testify. My name is Alinka and I'm the youth co-chair of the council. I'm not sure whether my request to testify.
Yes, you did. I didn't see you listed. Apparently, Representative Roy promoted you before I caught you. Please.
Oh, thank you.
Please introduce yourself and begin.
Thank you so much, Chair McGuire and all members of this committee. My name is Alinka Drondo, and it has been my honor and pleasure to serve on the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council for these past 2 years. This is the second year of my term, and I was elected as youth co-chair this year by my peers. I am grateful to be part of such a committed group of young people who do bring a diversity of experiences to the shared goal of representing youth perspectives to the legislature, increasing civic engagement amongst youth, and taking concrete action on the issues that we care about. Last month, I delivered personal testimony on HB 457, which was written without the consultation of any current members of the New Hampshire LIAC. I am now back testifying on behalf of the council today. As a whole, we support the passage of HB 457 in conjunction with Amendment 2021-672H, as introduced by Representative Joe Alexander, our legislative co-chair. We collaborated extensively with Representative Alexander to draft this amendment, so it is reflective of the council's needs, opinions, and suggestions. The council supports the passage of this bill, together with the amendment, for an abundance of reasons. First of all, Amendment 672 ensures that the council may, and I quote, prepare and execute programs, such as public forums, surrounding issues that youth find important in New Hampshire. This is a significant improvement to HB 457, as it empowers us to engage on all issues that we identify as relevant to young people, rather than job growth explicitly, as originally mentioned in HB 457. The amended bill also tasks the Council with advising the Legislature, the President of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House on proposed or pending legislation, state budget expenditures, and policy matters of concern to youth, as well as advising the joint standing committees of the Legislature on issues of concern to youth. All of our members truly appreciate this expansion of the Council's functions, and we are eager to fulfill these responsibilities. And I just want to give a bit of context as to how we currently operate. Every year, our LIAC members are tasked with having conversations with other young people in their communities, because all of us are cognizant that being on the council is a privilege, and we are here not only to represent ourselves, but our communities of youth. So we have our conversations with members of our school communities, our extracurriculars, any sort of our larger counties. And our first meeting is always dedicated to bringing forth our findings and the issues that we have found that resonate with youth where we live. And we compile a list at the beginning of every year of all of the issues that were brought forth, not just by ourselves as youth, but as I said, by our communities at large. Oftentimes, the issues that I will bring forward as a representative of Hillsborough County will be echoed over and over by other members of the council from other counties, from other areas across the political spectrum. And upon sharing our community's priorities, we then determine the ones that have resonated most widely across our council members. And through a vote, we determine which ones are in the majority and which will garner our focus for the year. So this term, the issues that overwhelmingly stood out were healthcare, including mental health, education, voting rights, substance abuse, environmental protection, and gun control. We have organized into interest groups surrounding these issues, and between our monthly meetings, each interest group identifies legislation pertaining to their topic, and then they will bring it forth to the entire council, where we will discuss, ask questions, debate, and then vote. We then craft statements and deliver testimony, like I am today, to convey the youth perspective to the legislature. So ultimately, I appreciate how in Amendment 672, these functions are explicitly mentioned in the bill, allowing us to continue our work and setting this precedent for future councils to be able to have their voices heard in the legislature. Another reason that we support this bill, if it passes together with the amendment, is that its wording enables us to continue meeting virtually, which is likely to be appreciated even post-pandemic. This not only improves the accessibility of the council, especially for those who have not yet gained their driver's licenses, but it allows for greater regional diversity, as distance will not be prohibitive for participation. And it had been in previous years when we were meeting in a centralized location in Concord, given that, for instance, members from the North Country would have to drive a very long distance to attend our meetings. The amendment also stipulates that the council may hold public forums if it chooses, which is also greatly appreciated by our members. We find that public forums are essential to our operations at the council, given that they enable us to fulfill our mission of ensuring youth civic engagement. We are very happy to organize these, and last year we had been working on planning 5 across the state before COVID-19 prevented us from doing so. We use these events to hear from experts on the topics that we identify that youth care about and spread the word about LIAC in a way that resonates with young people. Having it as an optional duty encourages the tradition of forums to be maintained by LIAC, but it adds flexibility that is appreciated given the current public health situation. The amendment also ensures that council members can represent a diverse cross-section of New Hampshire youth, including post-secondary youth who are members of the workforce. This was originally lacking in HB 457 as introduced. We believe it is an essential component so that a true diversity of secondary and post-secondary school types and occupations are represented in the legislation, including youth who are members of the workforce. We also appreciate that the amended bill will create a youth outreach coordinator position as one of our elected offices. For the past several years, the youth council members have opted to elect an outreach coordinator in order to provide updates to legislators through newsletters, as you may have received in the past, and conduct social media outreach to promote youth civic engagement. We also appreciate that with the amendment incorporated, HB 457 will go into effect at the beginning of the next LIAC term, rather than 60 days after its passage. So I think I will suspend my remarks on behalf of the council right now and just add some points on behalf of myself in response to some of the things that Representative Hill brought forward. I'd just like to mention that one of my favorite aspects of the council is how I know many of its members and have gotten to know them outside of our council meetings. And we do represent a diversity of political opinions across the spectrum. Many of us supported vastly different candidates in the past election. And what the council has taught me is that it is possible for us to unite across party lines and to identify issues that resonate more broadly, and to understand that we have this duty to represent not only ourselves, but our larger communities. And that's my favorite aspect about the council. We've been able to be very productive in representing what youth as a whole think in the communities that we represent, and to forge friendships and also a great relationship, like a working relationship, to be able to take action on these issues that we identify, despite the fact that we may have supported different candidates or our parents may belong to different political parties. And I think that is where LIAC finds its strength. And then also I would like to add that in the amended version of HB 457, we are incorporating Representative Hill's suggestion to have the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House as the appointing authorities. And I would like to mention that the idea that the application process is behind perhaps a lack of diversity of thought is not addressed in HB 457, as an application process is still maintained. So I just wanted to address that, because I think that's something that, you know, is worth bringing up in terms of how the bill and the amendment function. And to go back to my testimony on behalf of the council as a whole, our council really appreciated the opportunity to take an active role in drafting Amendment 672. We believe that the amendment adds greater specificity to the bill, developing further on the council's responsibilities and tasks, while empowering its members to continue with active service to represent New Hampshire youth, as is our mission. We are firm in our position that we only support HB 457 if it is passed together with Amendment 672, since that will make beneficial changes that fulfill the council's needs. Thank you, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I have a question. I was looking at the amendment and I don't see where it specifically authorizes remote meetings. Could you find that for me?
Oh, yes. The wording enables remote meetings, given that, let me pull it up. I believe it says that, oops, I'm trying to pull it up right now. I apologize. The document is loading for me.
Okay, yes, if you could get back to us on where that is, because it doesn't appear to be in the version, either the original amendment or the revised amendment. So I'm concerned if that's necessary, it needs to be changed.
Right. So what we believe that the fact that it says that we may meet no fewer than 4 times per year is enabling us to meet virtually as well, since it does not specify that an in-person location is mandated, which we worked closely with to draft so that it would provide options for future meetings, so we could eventually host them in person or hybrid or online as well. And is the
I don't think that's the standard interpretation of the word meet, but if you think it's necessary to include hybrid or virtual or online options, I would tend to agree with you.
All right, thank you for the feedback. That might be something worth adding to the amendment to elaborate.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just have a few concerns about adding the post-secondary portion to it. Isn't the purpose of the Legislative Advisory Council, the Youth Legislative Advisory Council, to get the youth prior to them being able to actually hold office themselves, people in post-secondary active education can actually run for representative themselves. And that could be someone all the way up to the age of 26, 27 years old, who's in college, influencing freshmen in high school. How do you feel about that great gap in the purpose?
To my knowledge, according to the current statute surrounding the council, anyone between the ages of 15 and 22 is able to serve. So we decided to maintain that to be able to continue providing that diversity of, educational type. So we currently do have high school students from all sorts of different types of schools. I personally am educated at home. We have many public school, private school members. And we also do have several college students and members of the workforce. And this would be maintained in the bill. And our current council believes that that is beneficial in representing a diversity of opinions, especially because, for instance, our members of the workforce will bring forth insights that I, as a high school student, probably would not yet have, having not entered the workforce myself. So the council itself does not find that to be a problem, and wanted to make sure that that diversity could be represented in the bill. But yeah, thank you for bringing forth that point. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
I was trying to find my unmute. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Drondo. I will tell the committee that I did attend as an observer the meeting that they held yesterday and was quite impressed. They had various members assigned to do research on some of these issues that they were dealing with. They all seemed very well informed. I heard differences of opinions expressed during the meeting, and no, the votes were not all unanimous. And I just have a question for Ms. Drondo. I know part of Representative Hill's testimony was talking about preparation for jobs, and I'm just curious, I know you can't speak perhaps for all the members, but for yourself, I doubt that that was your major motivation for participating. Can you expand on that a little?
Yes, thank you. That's a very good question. And I appreciate you coming to join our meeting. I think my motivation for joining the council was having an opportunity to meet youth across the state who all, were united by the common goal of wanting to participate in the government and valuing public service and civic engagement, and also just a personal passion and desire to take action on some issues that I see in my community and that I would like to mobilize around. And I think that that stands true for the majority of our members. Many of them are really joining the council with the desire to be able to meet with legislators and learn about the government's process. And I think we were, as a council, I can say we were rather confused to see in HB 457 the fact that a responsibility of the council would be to prepare and execute programming on job growth, given that the council itself has constantly, been taking action not only on job growth, but on learning about and representing and providing the youth perspective on all issues that we bring forward as important and identify in our communities, as I mentioned before. So I think that while job growth is a very important issue that many of us find ourselves concerned about and wanting to understand and take action on, it should not be the only thing that the council focuses on. But to that point about job growth, I think that's why it's very important to be able to allow post-secondary youth who are members of the workforce to be part of the council and provide their perspectives, as our amendment would allow, because then we could eventually take further action with more informed and diverse perspectives on job growth, but of course included but not limited to job growth. Since, as I said, the goal is to represent all of youth's perspectives on a diversity of issues.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Representative Svitek.
Is there a list of your members anywhere? Your website? Is there a website? How can I see who's a member of this group?
I don't believe we have a website, but I could send you the roster. I would have to check with Representative Alexander, our legislative co-chair, as to how that's stored.
It's probably also on the House website under statutory committees.
Okay.
Yes, Representative Slater.
Another question. I want to ask you about your outreach. Maybe this is a better question for Representative Hill, because something's very puzzling. I've taught at Salem High School for 25 years. I've been on EDNA 8 years. Nobody at Salem High School has ever heard of this group. I've never seen a position paper, a white paper on any point of view. You have been invisible for me, except through notices in the calendar. So what are you doing to spread the word of your organization? Representative Hill, maybe.
I'm happy to answer the question from my perspective, but I'm sure Representative Hill might have additional insights. We have these past 2 years appointed an outreach coordinator with the goal of increasing our outreach, since we know that that's something we definitely must improve on. At this point, our outreach consists of compiling newsletters to legislators, which you may have received one, I think, a couple of weeks ago, with all of the bills that we have taken action on this past year and crafted testimony on and voted in favor or against. So we have been doing that for several newsletters since last year and the beginning of this year, and we hope to continue that and begin those on a monthly basis, just so legislators can be updated on what the council is doing. And we also do have social media accounts on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, through which we do post updates on our statements and our positions, as well as our meeting dates and times, and our members and their biographies and where they're from. So I definitely encourage anyone who's interested to take a look at our social media accounts. We definitely agree that increasing our outreach is something that is essential to the council, which is why we appreciate that the amendment to HB 457 includes an outreach coordinator position. So one of our members can actively take charge of increasing our outreach.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't remember your name, Ms. Drondo. I'm a little concerned with the fact that there's 21 members of the council, and the terms that you serve are at least 2 years. So that's only 10 new people a year that have an opportunity to participate. So I'm wondering if you could share how the members that are on the council came to be selected, and if there's, it's kind of two questions. And the other question is, in terms of outreach, is there any outreach to other students so that they have some opportunity to participate, even if they're not actually members of your council?
Yes, definitely. I think to your first point, I am not the most knowledgeable, since as the youth co-chair, I'm not in charge of or involved in the application process. But I think that is sort of outlined in the legislation itself. And I know that, for instance, to be on the council myself, I actually heard about it from a fellow member who mentioned that she was on the council and she had enjoyed it and encouraged me to apply. So the application was online, and I sent it to our email address, and then I believe it was taken by Representative Porter, who was the legislative co-chair at the time, and forwarded to the Governor, Secretary of State, Senate President, and Speaker of the House to be evaluated. And then in terms of our outreach, we have been focusing on outreach to other youth, which is why we do put an emphasis on our social media, which has allowed us to reach a lot of youth in the state and let them know about what we do. And then another aspect of our programming that we really enjoy and hope to continue doing are public forums. And in the past, we have hosted these at high schools and community centers. And they're essentially events on different issues where we bring regional experts on different issues, and we bring in state representatives, and we have student panels. And these are outreach events designed for youth to attend so that they can learn more about the council and also about the issues that are relevant to youth. We were unable to host any last year given the pandemic, but we are hoping to host some virtually this year. And we believe that keeping those forums, as the amendment would do, will allow us to continue our outreach directly to youth with really meaningful programming so that they can learn more about the council and these different issues and be empowered to engage in New Hampshire politics.
Thank you. Representative Broda has a question.
Yes, I actually have a statement because one of my constituents is on this council. His name is Brody Parrott. And all I did was point him in the direction of the application because it's something that he himself was very interested in. And he went through the whole process on his own. So this is available to anyone who applies. And it's at the recommendation of a friend or a fellow representative. So let's not, I want to recognize that we ourselves have responsibility to introduce youth to this process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Roy?
Thank you. I know you said that you were a homeschooler yourself. Could you give us a breakdown of the demographics of the committee with regard to private school, parochial school, public school, if you could?
I don't have access to the roster immediately, so I'm not entirely sure about the numbers and the demographics, but I know that we do have public school, private school, college, homeschool, online school, and workforce representation at the moment. Although I don't have the clear breakdown right in front of me, but I can look for that and send it along if you would be interested.
Thank you very much. Follow up?
Do you know off the top of your head if you have anyone from any parochial schools, for example, Catholic high schools or colleges?
I am not entirely sure, but I do not have the roster in front of me, so I may just be unaware. I can send that along.
Thank you. Other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 457? Raise your hand if you do. Seeing none, in that case, I will close the public hearing and thank everyone who appeared. All right. So we're Representative Roy has a motion.
I would move that we retain this previous bill we just discussed.
Bill 457.
HB 457.
Madam Chair, Representative Roy was breaking up. I couldn't actually hear his motion.
I repeat it. I move to retain HB 457.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Representative Allegro, plus some squeaks from the Zoom.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat I'm sorry, what was the motion? I didn't hear it.
The motion is to retain House Bill 457 as requested by the sponsors and the committee. I mean, the commission. Is there any, would you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Roy?
Yes, I would just say that based on the testimony from the sponsor and from the member of the commission member, there is quite a bit to look into and work on this. So I think that we ought to retain it and give it its due attention.
Representative Allegro, do you wish to speak to your second?
Briefly, to honor the request of the sponsors, number one, and number two, because it appears that we do have some more information coming in that we need to study.
Thank you. Representative Schultz?
I'm just going to support that motion. And I think the fact that the advisory council is now involved in the process is a very good thing. I think having vigorous debates as young people, it's a good thing for everybody. And I'm pleased to see how this is moving forward.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Right. Seeing none, the motion is to retain, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Zara.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez Sasso.
Yes.
Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien. Not voting at this time.
His face is there.
Well, okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Clerk,
Oh.
Ken O'Brien was a yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative and the chair.
Yes.
19 to nothing.
All right, that will be assigned to subcommittee for work. And while we're voting, I'd like to recommend ITL on House Bill 405, which was relative to out-of-state applicants for occupational licensure and certification. Is there seconded by Roy? And I will speak to this. This bill, it was a repeat. It didn't incorporate any of the recommendations that this committee made to the author last year. And this session, the OPLC reviewed it and found a number of issues with its broad approach. And therefore, I think it is not ready for prime time, and I don't think it's, as written, I don't think it's necessarily a good base to work from. So I'm recommending ITL. Exactly, not ready for my time. Representative Roy?
I would just adopt the statement you made.
Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 405?
Yes, I have my hand raised.
Representative Schuett, yes, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, I just would concur with the chair's observation that none of the recommendations that were put forward from the last iteration of this bill seem to have been incorporated. And maybe if we kill it this time, the lesson will come through.
Anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 405? Okay, in that case, the motion is ITL, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez Sasso.
Yes.
Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
19 to 0.
Does anyone object to consent? Hearing none, we'll put it on consent. Okay. Representative Roy, you have a motion.
I do. I would move inexpedient to legislate on HB 84.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As has been the practice of this committee in the past, we are reticent to stack our calendar with days. I think that, and I'm going to forget the last name that was preferred, but Tony Judge was certainly a brave woman and deserved of recognition, and I believe that the governor is capable of making a pronouncement on that, and I think that the town is also as well. So I would just move to ITL that again, based on the past history of not wanting to stack our calendar with dates.
Thank you. Representative Allegro, would you wish to speak to your second?
I concur with Representative Roy.
Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 84? Representative Schultz.
I'm just going to say I'm going to vote against that motion, but I'm not going to make a big deal out of it.
Fair enough. Anyone else?
Madam
Representative
Chair.
Representative Sitek first, and then you.
Thank you.
This bill, along with Wentworth Cheswell, I'd like to see them retained to be talked about, because while my education was very brief in this area, I think I'm not so much interested in naming a day as I am a permanent building to honor somebody like Wentworth Cheswell, who was really quite a remarkable man from the little education I've gotten. I just don't want to throw these away. I don't know quite what to do with them, but maybe ITL for now, but and let them come back. I certainly much more, this woman was certainly courageous, but Wentworth Cheswell did a lot more for our republic. And this is just it's not a simple area as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to see something done. I don't know exactly what. So I'll probably vote ITL just.
Representative Schuett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to point out that we did have an amendment, I believe, put forward by Representative Sitek on this bill, and was curious if he wanted to have that considered.
We have to deal with the ITL before we can consider any amendments.
Thank you. I just
and Representative Sitek, your comments?
I would certainly vigorously support my amendment for reasons if we get there to, but we'll wait for that.
Yes, I would agree with Representative Sitek that we should certainly not pass this bill unamended, because we had the information that the honoree preferred her married name to her maiden name and didn't like the nickname. So I think it would be embarrassing for us to pass the bill unamended. But meanwhile, we're discussing ITL, and Representative Goldie wishes to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've said, putting days into statute, naming days, I'm against, but I think this might need just a little more study and looking into, as Representative Sitek has said. So I would be in favor of retaining. We haven't heard anything from the Pease Trade Port on the airport or a number of other things dealing with this bill, and would lean towards retaining. Thank you.
And Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just am reacting to what Representative Sitek said about retaining, and I think that it's important to honor some of these people that we have named bills about, but there may be a better way to do it than just passing individual bills. For example, I'm not trying to put anything on the table, but I just think that there are other possibilities that can be explored.
Thank you.
I would prefer retain, so I'm going to vote no on the ITL.
Representative Roy.
I still move ITL. I think we could find bipartisan agreement on perhaps naming Pease Port for Wentworth Cheswell, which would be another issue altogether. That I think you could find support for, but as far as just taking this name off the calendar day, I think that we should just put that to rest right now, and then we'll move on to something else.
Representative Saitek?
Well, a couple things. First, if there's such a thing as a friendly ITL, I'm going to call it that. But I'm going to say that Representative Goley sort of embarrassed me. The fact is, we really haven't heard from Pease, and it's kind of nervy to just name the building without running it by them and letting them bless the thing. I don't know why they would object, but the fact is it's impolite, and I think it's a wonderful point, Representative Goley.
Other comments, questions? All right, in that case, the motion is ITL by Representative Roy.
President Pearson is here.
Oh, yes, Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Realistically, why does the New Hampshire State Legislature have to be involved in the naming of something that's in Portsmouth? Can't the city of Portsmouth just handle that? Why is this all being thrusted upon the legislature?
Because it was included in a bill that, let's just say that we don't normally do this, but we can. Actually, we do normally do this.
Yeah.
We get naming bills every year. We named a roundabout in off 101 in the name of a local activist. What town was that? On the way to Sunapee. I mean, we do it.
Don't we have
Don't worry about
it. Don't we have college?
Can I follow up with this?
Yes, you may.
Is the legislature the only body that's required to do this? Can the city of Portsmouth not handle this on their own?
I believe that the Pease Authority has, it's their building. They can call it what they want. However, if we tell them to call it something different, they have to go along, is I believe the way it works. Right. Representative Schmidt has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been unable to reach the Stratford County Representative Steve Fournier with regard to this issue. But of course, Pease is not the property of the city of Portsmouth, nor the city of Newington. It's property of the state. The state has the control over the legislature, the board of Pease, because it appoints most of the members. We've named bridges for deceased members of the armed services and so forth and so on. So there's nothing more common for us to do than vote for the budget, of course. But another very common thing is to vote on the naming of things that are state property.
Thank you for the clarification on the ownership of that, Representative Schmidt.
It
You're
is,
welcome.
in fact, state property. There's no question about it. Anyone else? All right, the motion is ITL by Representative Roy, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santomastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Short.
With hopes for retention, no.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative no. Sorry. Representative Grassi. Drop the ball.
No.
Representative Groda.
Reluctantly, no, with hopes of retention.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
I'm going to vote no so we can retain it. And in fact, I will move to retain.
Second.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay. Motion by McGuire to retain.
I would like to say that although I don't want to grant this person, however, whatever her virtues, a day on the state statutes, I do think we can consider the naming of the terminal at Pease and come up with a name, either her proper name or someone else that might be more appropriate for that terminal. And I think that's our legitimate, one of our legitimate issues is what do we call that terminal? And this is the perfect bill to consider it. No? Representative Schmidt, you should speak to your second.
Yes, Madam Chair. I've already pointed out, and it is known to the committee that Ona Judge Haynes, I believe is her last name, Staines, was a slave of the first president of the United States. And she made not just a dash for her freedom, but she fought for it. The former president, or just call him George Washington, made numerous attempts to have her return to his ownership. So it was an ongoing battle. You know, as I said, the book is held by the Portsmouth Library in their rare books room that tells the story of her struggle to maintain her liberty. I think there could scarcely be something that would be more indicative of a person's worth than their successful struggle against the most powerful man in the United States. So naming a terminal for her could be a symbol of our respect for another human being's desire to be free. This is the underlying premise of this country: freedom. Let's at least take the time to give it some due consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Lekes?
Yes, I mean, I'll vote for retain. The reason I voted ITL is I'm starting to get a little concerned about the number of bills we're retaining if we're actually going to have time to do anything effective. The alternative would be somebody doing the research and coming forward with a bill for next year, but I'll vote to retain.
Yes. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, the motion is to retain House Bill 84. I'm ready. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
No.
Clerk votes. Yes. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Yakubovich.
Mr. Clerk, I was unable to hear Representative Pearson's vote.
He said no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santos-Estasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Short. That was a yes, right?
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
15-4.
Fortunately, we don't have to debate it on the floor. It doesn't go on a calendar. Representative Lekis, you have a motion?
Yes. Like to make a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 218. That's the itinerant vendors one.
We have already passed an amendment to 218.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
So I'm sorry, the motion would be that ought to pass with amendment. Is that correct?
The motion was already passed on a previous day.
The amendment.
The amendment, yes. And if you could give us the number, Representative Lekis,
The bill, 218.
of the amendment.
Oh, the amendment, sorry. I'll have it. in a moment.
0256.
That is correct.
So the motion that.
Actually, the motion's OTPA.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's by Lekis and seconded by. All right.
The communication is a little bit difficult this morning. I did not hear that last remark.
The motion was by Representative Lekis, seconded by Representative Allegro, ought to pass with amendment 0256, which we have already passed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You came through loud and clear.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
looking back on my notes, we actually voted on ought to pass with amendment back on the 26th, and there's no outcome. Then we voted on ITL, and there was no outcome. The votes were 9-9.
Right. So we are now going to have, since there was intervening business, we can make a new motion of ought to pass with amendment.
We don't have to reconsider either of those.
No, if we had finished with the ought to pass with amendment motion and it failed, then we would have to reconsider. Since there was intervening business, namely the motion of ITL, we can proceed with a new motion.
I'm still a little confused. I thought with a tie vote that would be considered having failed.
Yes, Representative Shuhart, the motion of ought to pass with amendment failed. A subsequent motion of ITL also failed. There has been, things have elapsed, time has elapsed, business has been done, and now we make a new motion that is ought to pass with amendment. There's been no successful motion on this bill except the adoption of the amendment.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Lekis, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. From the testimony we heard, for both the itinerant vendors and the peddlers, the amendment combined the two. The Secretary of State's office is doing almost nothing. I mean, they're collecting the fee and issuing the license, but they're really not doing any checks on the people, who apply, other than they did apply. And the testimony was that they've never had to make use of the bonds that are put up, at least in the memory of the Assistant Secretary of State. And in his memory, there's never been any complaints. And so basically, in my view, this bill is doing nothing. The municipalities and towns have the ability to pass ordinances related to this on their own. The other thing, there was concern expressed about people that might be going door to door to either to maybe case houses to see if, no one's home. So they might, at least my interpretation of what was said, so they might, rob the place or commit a burglary, and or they might be, going door to door to offer some fraudulent product. And the issue there is, such people are unlikely to, almost certainly aren't going to get a license anyway. And So I don't see it offering much protection. The only possibility is that, you know, I suppose someone said the police could check and see if they have a license. But that doesn't really, you know, and then they could, and it, you know, they could report them for that. But I think in most cases, people that do this sort of thing are taking advantage, you know, maybe taking advantage of people. And in most cases, they're not going to end up calling the police. And I really don't, I see this offering you know, almost no benefit whatsoever. And for the legitimate people doing business who do get a license, it's some additional trouble and cost. And I think the people that are doing this kind of work are kind of on the bottom end of, you know, there may be exceptions, but I mean, they're struggling to get by, I suspect, in most cases. And I don't see a reason to put even a relatively small burden on them. So that's why you know, I'm going to be voting not to pass with amendment on this. Thank you.
Representative Allegra?
I agree with everything that Representative Leck has said. But what I'll do is reserve putting it into my own words, only if it's necessary later.
All right, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I'm just, I don't have 218 right in front of me. It'd take me a minute or so to look for it, but the title is itinerant vendors. So aren't we talking about the people who set up a tent and sell things out of a tent in a parking lot? Where this is not a bill about going door to door. That was
217. Right. And the amendment that we adopted the last time we discussed this bill combines the two bills and repeals both of those licenses.
Oh.
If I could,
President Lacus.
The amended title is now repealing RSA 20 relative to hawkers and peddlers and RSA 321 relative to itinerant vendors.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I must have lost that amendment.
It's number 0256, and it simply deletes both RSAs and deletes the mention of them in the powers of town section. Anyone else wish to speak? Representative Saitek.
The thing that I guess the deal breaker, I can't think of a better word, was when I heard that even if the person applying for the license puts down criminal background, the license is still issued. I guess I just wanted to say it. So.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll refresh my remarks from the last time. We should not be removing the state statute with regard to hawkers and peddlers. The committee had a very vigorous discussion on this about 10 years ago. And the testimony from the towns, as I recall, was all in favor of having some sort of state involvement so that they're not put at the mercy of people who are going to come to a town and then go to another town and another town and another town. That's what they do. And to the degree that the state has issues a license, it's not the money they make that was misinterpreted the last time I made the remark. The aspect is not whether the state makes any money at it. The question is whether the state loses any money at it, which they don't, because the cost of the license operation is covered by the license. And for the state to have at least a registry so that the town can call up and find out whether they've complied with the first step of the statute, which is to get a license. And the fact that the towns can still act against these people just means that everybody has to be on the alert with no central collection of information agency, which the state would be under the statute. So leave it alone. It's doing no harm, and it's doing some good for sure.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Now that I found the right amendment. I'm opposed to this bill because in addition to all the things other people have said about, people taking advantage of senior citizens and that sort of thing, that if people are going door to door in a rural section of the state, like where I live, they are not going to, it's not going to be feasible for them to try to stop in every town and go to the town clerk and get a license, because the town clerks aren't even open on all days. And if they're really, up and up, on the up and up, then it would be easier for them to just get a license with the state, and then they can go to any town in the state and do their business. So even from a business perspective, this doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Representative Saitek?
If they get Representative Schmidt, at first the license is meaningless, but the second question is for Representative Fellows. Can the town not insist on its own licensing in addition to whatever the state license is?
Yes, it can and sometimes
So,
does.
so what? Town can still do it.
And many towns choose not to. Representative Allegra?
Thank you. I'm going to vote for the repeal. In other words, I'm going to vote for 218. I have 3 reasons. First is that peddling is a quintessential American act of commerce. And it seems that what we've done in this and in so many other cases is we've taken that liberty away, and now we want to sell it back with a license. Something that we should all be at liberty to do is to sell something to somebody. Number 2 is that the reality is, as Representative Lecker said, and I just want to emphasize it and express it in my own terms, crooks do not register. So this law as it currently stands is moot. Third, I don't know about other folks on this committee, but I've known a number of people who work as peddlers or hawkers, whatever you want to call them, setting up sandwich stands at fairs, going door to door to try to sell their wares. They're working hard to scratch out a living, and we're going to force them to be licensed to do this. Now, here's the real crux of this for me. Somewhere along the line in some of the testimony or comments I heard, might not have even been in this room, I heard someone say that if they saw somebody driving down their street and going door to door, they would be worried. And then a representative just a few moments ago said or expressed that going from town to town and door to door, that's what they do. I think referring to these people or expecting that they are dishonest because of the means that a lot of these people can't afford a storefront or to pay a web designer so they could sell their wares online. They go door to door, they're scratching out a living. I think that referring to them as, or expecting them to be dishonest or criminal is highly prejudicial. And that's why I'm in favor of letting these people make their living without additional regulation. Thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be voting against this motion. As I've stated in the previous exec session we had on this, that these are folks that are doing transient sales, moving from town to town. And like we discussed, that by the time one town catches on, if they have an ordinance that you shall get a license, you shall be registered, these individuals already in the next town, I think it's going to be difficult to track where their movement is and who they really are if we don't have a state tracking and state licensing on this. So for that reason, I'll be voting against, and I don't think this prohibits anyone from selling their wares, whether they have to go through the city or the town or through the state for licensing. No one is denied the opportunity to do that without with the license. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fellows?
Madam Chair, I would just like to say that when I commented and said that they go town to town in door to door, that I did not say that they were dishonest. My comment was that it would be easier for them to get one license from the state.
Thank you for the clarification, Representative Fellows. Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 218? Okay, the motion is ought to pass with Amendment 0256 made by Representative Lekus. And the clerk.
I raised my hand, Madam Chair. I raised.
Thank you,
my hand.
Representative Schmidt. You may speak. Thank you for speaking.
No, it's okay. You got a lot to do there. I didn't say that's what I also spoke on this issue. I didn't say that's what they do. I said that's what they do. Okay. They go from town to town. Now, it is an old-fashioned existence, but that doesn't mean that nobody does it. And I didn't say that that hawkers and peddlers are all dishonest, but certainly to the degree that people go from door to door and from town to town is a somewhat precarious existence. And to the degree that, and this is one of the things that is a common phenomenon in towns and not so at all so common in the cities, is that people have long driveways and many people like their privacy. They prize it. That's one of the reasons they live out in the towns. One of the reasons they live out in the towns is so they can have more privacy. They frequently have long driveways, and their houses are kind of out of sight. That's what they like, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. If I had a big piece of property, maybe I'd have that arrangement too. So the point is that to the degree that there may be some people who will take advantage of an opportunity, you're abetting effectively their nefarious activities, but to the degree that people want to be in privacy, some people put up a sign that says no trespassing or no peddlers and so forth and so on. It all goes to respecting the people's desire for privacy and not to be bothered. But not everybody that feels that way puts up a sign. So we have a scheme, I'll call it, no negative connotation to the term, but we have a concept in statute that's been there for decades. It hasn't been doing any harm. It's been giving the state and the towns a little bit of methodology and modality to try to keep people safe. And this desire to clear the statutes of everything that somebody conceives to be unnecessary or out of touch with modern day realities is no argument to do it when there's clearly some benefit to it. And it's been there for years. No problem. So let's leave it to do its job.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Is there anyone else? Representative Bailey.
I was interested by Representative Lakis's remark that they collect the fees and it pays for the collecting of the fees, but nothing ever happens. Like it's the Department of Redundancy Department. I think we could live without this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other comments, questions, issues? Okay, the motion is ought to pass with Amendment 0256, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovic.
Yes.
Representative Lekus.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Chua.
No.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Marcus.
And time. Anyone object to consent? All right.
Did you say, does anyone object to consent?
Yes, I did.
Minority report.
All right. Yes, excuse
How
me.
can there be even a discussion of consent with a split vote of 10-9?
It was facetious.
It's a joke.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Representative Schmidt, are you going to be writing the minority report? Or is someone?
We will discuss that among us.
All right, so the minority recommends ITL, and we don't know if there's going to be a report.
Not at this time.
And I'll do the,
All right. Thank you.
I apologize for not recognizing the chair's, joke.
Attempt at humor is the phrase that.
That would be insulting to call it an attempt at humor.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. I appreciate it. All right. And I'm going to move ITL on House Bill 209, licensure of music therapists. Is there a second? Okay. Representative Sytek seconds. And I'm going to say that this is another repeat. We got it back. We had it last year. We worked on it extensively, and this version does not include any of the work that we did. So I think that the people that spent quite a lot of time working on it have been disrespected. I'd also like to point out that the Office of Professional Licensure can't tell if it's a regulatory board or a advisory board, so it's a very badly written bill. There's no rule writing authority. There's no discipline possibilities for someone who is a music therapist and misbehaves, and there are no penalties. So basically, it's a way for somebody to hand the Office of Professional Licensure their music therapist certification and a check and get a stamp that says now you can get insurance reimbursement. That's all it does, and I don't appreciate that. It's a sloppy bill. I wouldn't want to pass it. And I would also mention that every single person who spoke in favor of this was either a music therapist or someone who was receiving music therapy and wanted their insurance to pay for it. That's all. It's not a question of whether music therapy is useful or desirable. It's simply who pays for it. And I don't like that idea.
If I can remember my parliamentary inquiry on this last year, it was this. Licensing is designed to protect public health and safety. And however meritorious this discipline may be, I cannot see a threat worthy of legislation of state interest in a danger to public health or safety from a music therapist. I don't know if that adds anything or not, but that was my PI.
Okay.
I shouldn't listen if I know.
Representative Leckis, you wish to comment?
I was just attempting to make a bit of a joke saying, I assume his PI had an if I know in it.
It was properly formatted, yes.
I do.
I'm sure.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this bill? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just say slightly disagree with my distinguished colleague from the Latin department. It's not just health and safety, but it is to impose some standards in professions so that the public should have some degree of assurance that the practitioner has some level of competence, and that's not to be sneezed at. The chair's characterization of the bill as sloppy and so forth may well be the case. The people who offered the bill may not be any more immune to the effects of the pandemic than we are. So I will be voting against the motion because I think that the practitioners have made a decent argument, even if the if the form of the bill is defective in this instance.
Thank you, Representative Bailey, and then
Thank you, Madam Chair. The part that concerned me was that the audio therapists testified that they thought this encroached on their turf. And that would speak to your
Yes,
point that
that
it was
was one of the
poorly written,
points.
that the boundaries between the two fields were not clearly delineated. Thank you.
Representative Saitek.
Yeah, Representative Schmidt, if I may address you on this point, there's actually maybe a little crack, some slight area of agreement that I think we can forge. But I've resisted saying this about the last bill. Let me just throw it in fast. I've never seen us so divided on a nothing bill. I mean, our common sense tells you don't see people swarming the streets and defrauding. It's enough. Representative Schmidt, there was somewhere in this proceeding, this session, and I don't have the memory to know it, where one of the disciplines had strong professional standards but not licensing. Do you remember who that was? And
music therapists have
Was-
strong
was-
professional
was it
standards.
that-
they are certified by their professional
was
organization.
it this, in fact, this group? It doesn't have to be either Wild West or licensing. There is certification, and there's a professional organization that sets standards, and people can meet those standards and call themselves a certified music therapist. And that sounds reasonable to me.
Could I make a suggestion?
Representative Broda, yes.
I'm so sorry, I didn't raise my hand. Apologies. Since there seems to be since we looked at this bill.
Could you speak a little louder? I can't understand you.
Okay, I think I didn't have my volume on loud.
Much better, much better.
Sorry. Since we have such concerns over the bill about the way it's written and the fact that it didn't include some of the language, I'm wondering if we could get through this vote, and I'm going to vote no in hopes that we'll retain the bill because we do have language that has passed this committee before, and we could use that language to improve it. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll add, I don't think that this is going to be a lot of work to fix.
Well, thank you. But you worked on it last year, and the work was completely ignored. Representative Schultz.
Oh, I think Representative Schmidt had his hand up before mine.
Yes, but he's already spoken 3 times, so it's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. I think that obviously this is a philosophical difference in our committee, and that's, something that happens. I just, for the record, since we've talked about the sort of components we would like to see in such legislation, I think it would be a good idea to include music therapists, art therapists, and any other type of therapists that work especially with patients after trauma and the specialized type of care that the patients who do well with these types of therapies receive, and include it with the overall statutes around therapists in general. And I think that given the seriousness of which this committee has taken mental health issues in the past and this session, I think that it would be something that would benefit us all to look at these modalities as another couple tools in the toolbox to assist people that have resistance for whatever reason to talk therapy, to have these other options available to be covered by their health insurance is certainly something that would be good. I wish we didn't even have to legislate that. I wish it was already happening. But I think given how complicated PTSD, childhood trauma, etc. is, I think that we should look at all these modalities that are available and unlicensed to retain this bill and look at creating better statutes around these types of alternative therapies that are helpful to many people. That's just my 2 cents and why I will vote against the motion to ITL so that we can retain it.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to my distinguished colleague from Salem, we are in this day and age, in so many ways, captives as well as beneficiaries to some degree of the insurance sector. And so this situation is such that things that are put forward as therapies very often are covered by insurance or not, and therefore to the degree that someone doesn't have a license, no matter how qualified and how much they're acknowledged by their professional boards or oversight agencies to be competent and worthy of a license, to the degree that the state does not provide them a license opportunity, the insurance companies won't pay for the coverage. So that's just a reality that they have to deal with. And the fact of acknowledgement by their peers does not entitle them to coverage by insurance. That's something that this committee, of which the Democratic members are all experienced with, except Representative O'Brien, whereas on the Republican side, we have a bunch of people for whom this is all brand new. And not all, obviously, the experienced members are not in that category, but the new members are not experienced. And so for them, it's a new world. And so you see, it's not just a philosophical difference, but also
Point of order
of what we've dealt with.
Excuse me, Representative Schmidt, thank you for your discussion about the nature of the committee. Would you care to comment about the bill? We know you're voting against the ITL. Thank you. Representative Roy?
My only concern, one of my major concerns, is that we're saying, we need to pass this so that insurance covers it. Passing this would not guarantee insurance coverage. That's just one hurdle. The insurance company can still decide they're not going to cover it. This doesn't mandate coverage. All it does is provide for a license. So I don't think we should be in the business of picking and choosing things based on hopefully they get the insurance company to cover something.
Representative Sytek?
I want to ask the question out loud, point blank. Do we accept as a criterion for licensing only, or not maybe only, but the fact that will provide insurance coverage? Public health, public safety, and insurance coverage. Should that be a new criterion? Can we just accept that?
Yes. And I would like to mention to Representative Schultz that her concern about therapy, that the music therapists explicitly said they are not mental health therapists. They are more aligned with the speech language pathologists. They are primarily working in the schools. They're not like the art therapists who were mental health therapists with a specialty. Representative Schultz.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I did have a hand up before you speak. I wasn't necessarily going to respond to what you said. I did want to say, though, to the point about insurance, I think that is just an auxiliary component of recognizing a profession that's legitimate and should have standards in licensing or certification. I think that while it's not formally on the list, given how insane our health insurance is about coverage, I think it is something, unfortunately, we have to consider, that legitimizing professions through licensing and certification at the state level is a really important thing for the tools in the toolbox. I think that is an important auxiliary component of it, but I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
Anyone else? Okay. The motion is ITL on House Bill 209, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo
Yes.
Representative Dolly,
No.
Representative Schiller,
No.
Representative Judy,
No.
Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Schiller,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Grassi,
No.
Representative Rhoda,
No.
Representative O'Brien,
No.
and the chair.
Yes. All right. Motion is adopted 10-9, and we'll put it on the regular calendar. Is anyone going to write a minority report?
Yes.
Okay, Representative Groda. Your recommendation is, do you wish to pass it or to retain?
I would like to retain it.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, retain cannot be a motion, I don't believe.
No,
Probably
Yeah,
not.
right,
I think we'll leave it as ought to pass then.
Yes.
All right, well, that cleared away a lot of the bills we've had on our stack for a while. Does anyone else have another motion? We might get one more before lunch. Yes, we do have a public hearing at 1 o'clock on a brand new bill we haven't seen before. That's House Bill 141. Seeing none, in that case, I think we will recess and take a break. Oh, or am I moving too fast for you? No? Okay, we will resume at 1 o'clock with a hearing on House Bill 141.
Thank you.
I was considering 575, but I think it would take too long.
That's what. Okay, we will mute the room.
I'll get it, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. We will see you all at
The video and audio are back on.
Okay, thank you. It is 1 o'clock, and I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 141. And I call the prime sponsor, Representative Rung.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman McGuire and members of the Executive Committee. I am Representative Rosemary Rung for the record. I represent Hillsborough District 21, which is the town of Merrimack. I come before you to introduce House Bill 141, which would establish a registry for firefighting foams in New Hampshire that contain PFAS. And the reason this bill is so important is that we've seen in New Hampshire several communities whose drinking water has been contaminated by PFAS chemicals. It could be from landfill, it could be from, in Merrimack, we have industrial contamination. And it doesn't take a lot of PFAS for it to have serious health impacts. So understanding where PFAS is in our state is important, as many residents derive their drinking water from groundwater. And we know that as PFAS leaches into the ground from the use of firefighting foams that contain PFAS, it contaminates the groundwater. So I'd like to ask the committee to consider this bill. It ought to pass. I'd like now to actually have former Representative, the Honorable Nancy Murphy, speak on this bill. It was first introduced and passed the committee and House last year, but ended up in COVID purgatory. So if I could ask Nancy Murphy, Chairman, if you could indulge me to allow her to speak in more detail and answer any questions the committee has.
Fine, Ms. Murphy. Just unmute yourself. You can speak.
All set. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Nancy Murphy. I'm a Merrimack resident who had the honor of serving my community in the House as a rep last term. While there, I filed HB 1569, and it was a bill that would require DES to create and maintain a publicly accessible AFFF registry. That, with my appreciation and thanks to Representative Rung and the bill's co-sponsors, reappears today as HB 141. Sort of just briefly for people that don't know what AFFF is, it stands for aqueous film forming foam. It's a Class B fluorinated legacy foam, and it has PFAS in it. It works by cooling and smothering a fire so it can't reignite. It's often used to fight flammable liquid fires at military installations and airports. When AFFF is utilized to put out fires, the spray contents wind up on the ground. The foam, which contains PFAS, seeps out into the soil and binds to the soil particles and stays there. Every time it rains or water reaches the soil, PFAS compounds are forced into the groundwater, potentially contaminating the drinking water.
Madam Chair, can I just ask the representatives, former representatives, indulgence? We've got some crosstalk.
Yes.
That I'm hearing. I'm wondering.
Yeah, I hear it too. I don't know
Yes,
what it is.
if whoever has the background noise, including the dog, please mute yourself. Actually, everyone should mute yourself unless you're speaking.
It sounds as though there's a television or radio playing in the background.
Yes, thank you. It appears to have been muted by whomever's background noise it was. Please continue, Ms. Murphy.
Oh, thank you. I provided my testimony here in terms of questions. Are PFAS really all that big of a deal, and why is AFFF a concern? Like many other states across the nation, New Hampshire is dealing with the environmental and public health impacts of PFAS of our air, water, and soil. They take decades to break down in nature, and they bioaccumulate in the human body. They've turned up in water supplies and in every county in New Hampshire. Many public and private drinking water supplies are contaminated, which, based upon current research, emerging science, and new enforceable drinking water standards, would deem them unsafe to drink. We need safe drinking water to live. Though we're all exposed to toxins on a daily basis, some New Hampshire citizens are at a greater risk of associated health impacts from PFAS exposure, simply due to proximity to a pollution or contamination source, or occupational exposures like DoD military sites such as Pease Air Force Base, and that experienced by firefighters using AFFF. Their body's ability to detoxify chemicals can make a difference, and the bioaccumulation and other properties of these environmental toxins. Unborn babies and young children exposed can be exposed in utero because it crosses the placenta, and during breastfeeding or bottle feeding with formula mixed with PFAS contaminated water, the baby's blood levels go up. Infants and young children have the highest levels of PFAS in their blood. Around age 12, it seems to go down as children grow, and it's sort of PFAS gets dispersed in their body. But by adulthood, PFAS exposed males have higher levels than females, as they don't shed PFAS through menstruation or breastfeeding. Health impacts are certainly concerning associated with PFAS exposure. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, National Center for Environmental Health, and Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry have declared that human exposure to PFAS is a public health concern. Exposure to elevated levels of PFAS and products containing PFAS, like firefighting foam or drinking water that's been contaminated by it, increases several forms of cancer, thyroid disease, hormone disruption, increased cholesterol, autoimmune disorders, reduced vaccine efficacy, including COVID vaccine, reduces birth weight and head circumferences in babies. And they're looking to see right now there's growing evidence that it also affects growth, learning, and behavior of infants and older children. It's really important that this AFFF registry be created so that DES can have this record. AFFF foams are a major source of PFAS contamination and environmental exposure. This registry will create a publicly accessible data collection tool that will enable DES to track the presence of, and thus citizen exposure to, Class B firefighting foam associated PFAS across the state. When DES knows where the PFAS from the AFFF is impacting groundwater or is likely to do so, it can take action to assist communities in the protection of that drinking water and public health. I see this bill as sort of the first and necessary step in a process that could eventually coordinate with the work of DHHS. It would make it possible to plot and overlay on GIS mapping, Class B firefighting foam associated PFAS exposure, and potential health impact data from DHHS. It would be a valuable data collection tool that would have great potential to assist both agencies. It would bring us one step closer to providing data that can lead to answers that are being asked now by DES, DHHS, and at least two statutory commissions that I can think of relative to PFAS, drinking water contamination, and health impacts. DES supported this bill in 2020, and their suggestion, they felt that it would identify where foams would have been released. It would help the agency prioritize investigative and cleanup resources and ensure clean, safe drinking water is provided to New Hampshire residents. Also, the fact that it would be public would help inform the public about this topic of high interest. With limited resources and time, why should we do this? New Hampshire is ranked #1 in the nation for pediatric cancer, breast cancer, bladder cancer, and esophageal cancer. It's known to be associated with cancer and other concerning health issues. And cancer, we know, is an environmentally triggered chronic disease. The vast majority of cancers are preventable. Although it's a simple registry may not seem particularly important, nor that it should be considered a priority for this committee, when access to and the availability of safe drinking water, water that we need to nurture and sustain life, and public health protections from toxic chemicals that have such concerning associated health outcomes and long-term environmental impacts are on the line, that simple registry tool becomes far more valuable. I would ask that the committee please consider the value of this bill to the many thousands of Granite Staters whose drinking water and health is at risk from PFAS and AFFF, and allow 141 the opportunity to move forward and be voted on by the full House. Effective and safe methods for putting out oil fires are critical to protecting health and property. However, PFAS-containing firefighting foam has created a toxic legacy across the state and poses an occupational hazard to firefighters who train with it and use it. Likewise, when Class B foam seeps into groundwater and contaminates drinking water, citizens across the state are unknowingly being exposed to these very dangerous chemicals that are known to be linked to such concerning health outcomes. Policymakers must take action to protect drinking water, public health, and the environment. I ask that you vote OTP on HB 141 so the DES will have a tool that it needs to help protect New Hampshire's vital natural resources and the public health of Granite Staters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Sitek.
Would you send your testimony by email?
Absolutely, surely. Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, the Honorable, I can't remember your name, Nancy.
Nancy.
Yeah. Do you have any idea about how often this occurs in the state? Like how many times a year this foam is discharged?
Oh, thank you for your question. Actually, that's part of the problem is there's not been a lot of documentation and record keeping. It depends upon the department. Some departments have used it more than others. Certain areas like the training academy would use it all the time for training purposes. Many fire departments don't use it at all. So the issue is that there's a lot of this firefighting foam stored in different places all over the state. And I know when I wrote this bill, Senator Tom Sherman had written a Senate Bill 257, which was adopted in 2019. And part of his bill required that DES survey municipalities about what they have in stock. And that actually was I just saw a December report from DES. And I mean, there are, depending upon there's only about 50% compliance, and I think in 58% of compliance responded to the survey. And about 32% of those people that responded had no AFFF. There were reports of 8,375 gallons either in storage or on apparatus were identified and that will need to be disposed of. And then another 5 additional responding firefighting entities listed an additional 6,421 gallons of AFFF in New Hampshire. The part is it's this storage, it's the usage, and the important part is to look back and to see where it was discharged, because it may not being used now, but a prior spill could have impacted the groundwater in certain areas. So that's the concern. It's actually not going to, most places are not using it. They're using fluorine-free foam. So it's really much less of an active problem now, but the damage has been done. So that's really what we're looking at, is to see where it is and what groundwater needs to be tested.
So follow up, please. Thank you. So if it's not, your biggest or big concern seems to be what has already happened, but this bill doesn't only requires them to talk about what they have now and going forward, correct?
No, thank you for the question. No, this actually requires that the fire departments, or wasn't just fire departments, because this foam is stored in places other than fire departments. I'm trying to look at the language where
it says in section C and D, of all locations where this foam is or has been stored, captured, collected, managed, or disposed of. And in D, any known dates and locations where the foam has been discharged in the past.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do have a couple of questions. Is there, when fire departments mostly that I'm concerned with provide the information of the historical data that they have used these, such as Class B type of fires or other incidents where their intention was to extinguish the fire for the public good, does anything in this bill hold harmless to municipalities who, at the time, that was the only extinguishing agent that had the Class B capabilities? Or also, too, is more than just Class B type of fires. AFFF was also using alcohol and ketones, which is why that particular foam was so dramatic and so universally used. But anything in this bill, because this information will be provided by the municipalities, hone them within harm of any type of future suits?
Oh, thank you for your question. No, it doesn't speak to any liability. The purpose was not for liability. It was really to have a tool to investigate where it is or where it has been, so that the groundwater can be examined and drinking water can be protected. So without the information in a central place for DES, they don't know. It would clue them into where they might need to, because it's going to be a big task. We know Department of Defense sites, we know, fire departments, airports. We know it's everywhere. And it will help prioritize work for DES, because I know this PFAS thing has sort of become a nightmare for our state, and this is one of the big contributors of PFAS. So it does not address, that wasn't the intent for liability or anything like that. I mean, I think our whole state is covered, so it would be very hard for anybody to, I would think, sue anybody or really hold liability when it's our whole federal government, our states, our towns, our municipalities. It's a huge issue. So it's really a registry for purposes of determining safety of the water more than it is, and it has nothing to do with liability.
Thank you. Representative Broder, you had a question?
Well, follow up, Madam Chair.
Well, follow up, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It'll be very brief. I see in line 13, section D, it says within 120 days of the effective date. You want the municipalities to give you of any of their known dates. In some of our larger departments where they probably have somewhere in the avenue of 30,000 reports that they respond to annually. Many of it was done in the past prior to the use of computers. Do you feel the 120 days that you mentioned in this bill is enough time for municipalities to provide that information?
I would certainly think that an amendment, if a time frame was really the issue, I think it's to the time frame was set with the goal of compliance, and to have an end date and to a start date. And I'm sure for especially larger departments, that would be challenging. And I know DES has been, and any interactions that I've seen with them around PFAS has been very amenable to timeframes. But certainly, if the committee felt that timeframe was a problem, I would certainly understand a need to change that.
Very good. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Representative Broder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Murphy, welcome to EDNA. I wanted to ask you, I sit on the Seacoast Safe Drinking Water Commission, and DES does participate in that. are there any other groups other than DES that might be interested in this information that could be added to this bill?
I'm not sure that I understand your question. That other commissions, you mean, or?
Yeah.
I sit on Senate Bill 85, which is the environmentally triggered chronic disease with Senator Sherman, and also the HB 737, which is the PFAS commission related to Bedford, Merrimack, Litchfield, and Londonderry, probably. And very much a lot of the work that we're doing on all these commissions, and I would imagine it's similar in your commission, is trying to get a handle on this problem. And and the problem is, we all know it exists. We talk about it. We have concerned citizens really concerned about their health, and there's no data collection. There's no way to give people a sense of where do we need to prioritize assistance from DES or DHHS. So I know in the other commissions we're looking at targeting particular health impacts, that were from the C8 study, to start there. I know DHHS has a new computer program that's coming in. I think that will be helpful. And I think this registry would be helpful as much to DHHS as it would to DES. So I think it'll be valuable, and any data that we can get gives us a foundation. And I think that's what we're struggling on in a lot of the commissions, is that we just don't have the data. We're not collecting it. So this was a tool that DES felt would be helpful to start.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So I just want to make sure that other groups would have access to this data through DES. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, thank you for the question. Yes, it would be public. DES would keep it, and it would be publicly available. Yes, for whatever needs that other commissions would have. Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at the bill, I noticed that the phrase Class B firefighting foam is used in 5 places. However, in only one of those 5 does it add, Class B firefighting foam to which PFAS chemicals have been intentionally added. And my question is, are there Class B firefighting foams that do not include PFAS? And if so, isn't this going to require reporting of things that really aren't a concern in some cases?
To my knowledge, Class B firefighting foams have PFAS. And actually, I know a person that will be testifying after me is a pretty good expert on firefighting equipment and foams and such, and certainly can probably answer these questions. But to my knowledge, Class B firefighting foams repel carbon, they're fluorinated, and they have PFAS. So I actually think that was an OLS creative language thing. I'm not sure that.
Follow up?
Yeah, I noticed it because I was wondering why it was in one place and not all the places. And I'm also, I guess the expert maybe can answer, but wondering whether there might not be developed, if there aren't already, a Class B firefighting foam that would not have PFAS. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Not to my knowledge. Yes, thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And looking at, and I just want to follow up on Representative O'Brien's take on this, because being a retired firefighter, it says that the reports shall include, and this is shall, location, date, time, and volume of the discharge. Is it, like I said, as a retired firefighter, we didn't keep records of the amount we dispersed in a given location. So I'm just wondering, when this is a shall report, how you think this information will be collected if there is no record of it?
Thank you for your question. I think that's an excellent point, and I think that's going to be an expectation. I don't think I have many family members who are firefighters, and in discussions with them, I know historically things were not necessarily kept, and because there was not an anticipation that there would be a need to do so. I think the point will be more to provide the information that's available. And I think DES is going to certainly understand that not everybody is going to have all the information, that there will be things that can't be answered. But I think it's a best recollection. It would be the, whatever records are available. I think that's the point. I don't think any expectation of 30 years ago that people are, I think that's probably not possible. But whatever information there is to be had should be collected.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So should shall be changed to may, or if available for language?
Thank you for your question. I think that if available, I don't know. I don't know that if available. I don't know. I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe amend language that says something to the effect that as per records or per whatever's on site, right, for record keeping that's available to the departments. Something that so it's clear that it's just not that there's an acknowledgement of the expectation of the request to report, but that the reporting is not complete due to lack of available information or the specific information.
Okay, because you understand where I'm going with this. With the shall, we're requiring them to provide something that they may not have built.
Right, right. Thank you. I would agree. I don't think anybody can respond to something that they don't have access to. And I think that the intent is to obtain the information that is available.
Yes. Ms. Murphy, I have a question.
Sure, thank you.
It seems to me that you're asking every fire department in the state to research 30-odd years of records to get this information. How are you expecting them to pay for it?
I thank you for your question. The departments would within however they manage staffing, I expect that it's something that would probably require, maybe for a larger department, additional staffing support for initially. I don't think it would be anything given what we know in terms of the use that it's not going to be used now. This is sort of a catch-up time, but I don't think ongoing it would be an ongoing expectation of that would require additional staffing. So I recognize that it would be it would require some manpower for a period of time, and I think that would be up to the departments. I certainly don't have a sense of the cost for that.
Thank you. Representative Pearson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, you've kind of hit the hornet's nest here, because I also have 25 years in the fire service myself, and I am a fire service historian by hobby, and I'm a published author of the historical firefighting book. One of the things that's massively concerning about this bill, and I don't know if you can try to answer this. Realistically, what you're asking for, I'm going to just tell you right now, is going to be virtually impossible. Okay, because you're not talking about 30 years of records, you're talking about 60 years of records. Records that were never, ever kept or maintained in reference to the information that you're looking for. Please understand that those of us in the fire service have a very legitimate concern over PFAS, and as you stated, it's an emerging thing when it comes to cancer, not only in the fire service but other places. And you stated that it would be pretty much everywhere in New Hampshire. Well, my question to you is this: if it's really kind of everywhere in New Hampshire, and you're looking to conduct testing for specific reasons, why bother with the fire service? Why bother with the places, the training areas that we know it's a given. If you're really looking for this, why not just conduct the tests that you're going to conduct anyway and cut this requirement totally out of it?
Oh, thank you for your question, and thank you for your fire service. I think it's pretty clear to all of us that there is no way that we're going to be able to get information from 30 years ago or 60 years ago. I'm sure it doesn't exist. I'm sure maybe information from 10 years ago might not even exist. The point was to get as much information as was available. In terms of, you know, the testing, we certainly, when I say it's everywhere, we know it will. We can expect it in the places that you would agree, you know, for the fire departments and airports and those kinds of things. But I mean, DES, we know staffing for DES is limited, resources there are limited as well. And this would be a tool that would enable them to target the areas that may impact, that are most in need of drinking water protection or impact the largest population. And, you know, that would be for them. I think it would be a tool for them to use to in their discretion to figure out how they were going to target, you know, the different areas of the state. And I know the tool that the survey that came out of Senate Bill 257 was a help. I think it gave a little bit of a window into, you know, where most of the majority of the foam is stored, but there's still so much to learn. And I think, you know, I agree. It's a huge task. I totally agree, and I understand. I'm fighting in Merrimack here for the last 5 years about, you know, 6 wells. So I can imagine we're talking 6 wells with a lot of contamination, with when you have multiple places with multiple uses and records that aren't great. But we have to start somewhere. And I think that the this registry allows, you know, the state to start someplace. So thank you for your question.
No follow-up, Madam Chair. So keep in mind, if you're asking for municipalities, cities and towns to do the dig, you've just now given us an unfunded mandate. Okay, because, you know, you're looking at the cities of Nashville, Manchester, Concord, anybody that's got highways, airports, you're talking about a very big dig here to try to even begin to look at this. You know, wouldn't it make more sense to just draw a line here and say, okay, you know, starting whatever, January, July 1, we're going to track this moving forward and not try to have the state, ultimately, the state would have to fund this look back across New Hampshire. And wouldn't it just make sense to just draw a line and start forward?
Oh, thank you for your question. I agree. We have to start someplace, and it would be great if we could just start now. The problem is this, the impact is the impact already exists. So as much as you know, it would be a nice, clean and easy to say, okay, from this point on, but really from this point on, I can't imagine that other than storage, that there really would be any use of AFFF. So I get that it won't be as much labor intensive, or there would be as much involved in working forward, and I absolutely see the value of that. However, the problem is we're trying to find out what areas are already impacted, areas that we might not have, that, you know, might not have been directly next to an airport. There might be, you know, the groundwater plumes and things might have just impacted areas that I know here in Merrimack that, you know, we would not have been expected. So, you know, I certainly understand the desire to move forward. And I think, you know, that's certainly a starting place, but in order to address the contamination that is so widespread, we need to know where it already is.
Chair, one more time.
One more.
So, ma'am, Ms. Murphy, are you aware that there are federal exemptions for certain classifications when it comes to the current use of this foam? This is not something that is completely stopped. So I would hope that at least from that point, you would be amenable to considering the fact that it is not all gone away, and that doing a look from a line forward does have some value.
Well, thank you for your question. Absolutely, it's always value, and you know, anything we know, any data that we have is valuable. You know, but from my understanding, and I'm certainly not an expert on all of the regulations, but I do know that there were some changes, and that from was it 2020 on, that the use was the Class B with PFAS were not going to be used as they have in the past, that there were non-fluorine alternatives. So it was my understanding that was going to be more of a, the intent was to try to sort of limit the PFAS exposure in the environment.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Are there any other questions for her? All right, seeing none. I'd like to call Ms. Cotter. Just unmute yourself.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity today. And I'm here in strong support of House Bill 141 for a variety of reasons. And elevating firefighter PFAS exposure is the wheelhouse of the advocacy my husband and I perform on a regular basis. I'm Diane Cotter, advocate, and the wife of Lieutenant Paul Cotter from Worcester, Massachusetts. We now reside in Rindge, New Hampshire. New Hampshire's own history with 3M, the one-time manufacturer of Class B AFFF, is notably not in favor of New Hampshire residents, as 3M fights New Hampshire for its precautions and intentions and its ability to protect its own citizens in order to maintain their control of the scope of the PFAS problem in our state. New Hampshire is a leader in firefighter PFAS exposure initiatives and has the strongest delegation of congressionals that we've ever had the pleasure to work with when it comes to firefighters and PFAS used in their AFFF and in the most highly fluorinated textile seen by science, that is their turnout gear. The long overdue need to track and register a toxic AFFF outweighs any potential opposition to the aspect of the job of a firefighter. These are toxic exposures and no different than any other chemical exposure that must be reported as part of the daily work by officers of the departments that serve their communities. As the firefighter PFAS exposure experience grows, one of the areas that will benefit the citizens of New Hampshire is to log these exposures. This is done on a daily basis all over the country when responding to an incident, and there are numerous free apps. And as advocates for this issue, we can't stress strongly enough how important it is that firefighters protect themselves and their families by logging their exposures. The same goes for our municipalities who are paying the cost of firefighters stricken with cancers that are known to be affiliated with the PFAS chemicals. In our work, we speak with firefighters who must try to recall their own AFFF use that they file for claims for compensation, and are saddled with trying to recall what incident they used Class B foam at, going back decades in their careers, as their cancers are now prevalent in their bodies. If you have no records to show of exposures to these carcinogens, you may not have the ability to protect the citizens who may wish to claim damages from deniers with endless amounts of money in their coffers who scoff at the thought that their chemicals are harmful. AFFF manufacturers have a long history of awarding perks and incentives in the form of gifts, trips, dinners to firefighters in an effort to keep them close. This has led to a false sense of protection within the fire service. This is magnified by the fact that the makers of Class B foam belong to the Firefighting Foam Coalition, who provides junk science to the fire service for them to swallow.
Excuse me, Ms. Cotter, could you please confine your testimony to this bill? We're not debating what the evils of PFAS. We're debating whether we should create a registry.
Yes, New Hampshire DES was first in the nation in 2017 to advise firefighters to test the well water in their firehouses, and has written strong language that showcases the concern New Hampshire has for its firefighters. We see no reason for New Hampshire DES to not continue as a leader in the role of initiating this AFFF registry for its bravest and its citizens who are living in fear of unknown toxic exposures in a day and age when electronic data is collected, sent, and stored in milliseconds. We express our gratitude to the representatives who have drafted this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Cotter? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Mike Wimsatt from VES.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt, Service Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on House Bill 141 today. DES does support this bill, and especially the intent of trying to provide additional reporting so that we have a better understanding of where PFAS containing foams may have been either stored, managed, or disposed of or used. We do have some concerns regarding two items on the bill. The first is a kind of a technical one, and I think Representative Goley may have gone to this with his questioning, and that is that we have the bill currently would require DES to go through rulemaking to provide the forms and the structure for this reporting by fire departments. And then it also requires that the reporting begin 120 days after the effective date of the bill. And we're a little concerned that that may not provide enough time for the agency to develop the forms, go through the formal rulemaking process, advertise that to the folks who would be reporting, and then give them time to do the reporting that's necessary. So we might suggest an amendment that might extend that time out to 180 days or whatever the committee might feel is appropriate. And the second issue is one, it's unfortunately one that comes up with a lot of bills where we support the intent, but we did provide a fiscal note worksheet on this bill when it was sent to us when a request was sent by LBA. And we did indicate that it would probably take on the order of about an additional half of a full-time equivalent position to structure, set up, and administer this program. And we do note that the bill doesn't make any appropriation for that kind of personnel. So we just want to register that concern. But beyond that, again, we think a public registry will help inform the public. This is a topic of very high interest. We do have a number of examples where the use or release of PFAS containing Class B foams have impacted drinking water in our communities. And so we think that this will help advance our efforts to ensure that everybody has safe, clean drinking water. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Wimsatt? Representative Sytek.
Just have one, Mr. Wimsatt. I know that you're an expert in this, but is it, did I hear that while this is meritorious, that new foams have been developed where this problem will be like lead paint and eventually go away?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative Sytek. Actually, I'm not sure exactly where things are at. I have had conversations with industry folks over the last couple of years. I know they are working hard to develop a Class B foam that is as effective. And there are some phase outs for the use of Class B foams. This is a very specialized foam that is intended to be used for flammable liquid fires. And so, of course, the hazards associated with those fires are very, very high, not just from a fire, but an explosion that can occur as a result of vapors coming off of the heated flammable liquid. And so, these are required at airports and they are still used where a flammable liquid is a concern at a fire. So I'm not aware that, my understanding the last time I spoke with industry representatives is that they are working on this, but they have not yet developed a Class B foam that is PFAS free that works as effectively as these Class B foams. Now, it's important to understand that the Class B foams that are in use now do have PFAS, although they do not contain, they've been reformulated so that the PFAS compounds that they contain do not include some of the more troublesome PFAS compounds that we're concerned about. So PFOS, for example, which is perfluorooctane sulfonate, which was a primary component of these early, what we call legacy foams, that as a component of these foams has been phased out. So if you will, they're still PFAS containing foams. We still have concern about the contents of the foams, but they are not as troublesome as, say, a foam that was used 10 or 15 years ago.
Thank you. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the DES is estimated this to be, if I heard you right, half-person staff for the entire state of New Hampshire for all of the municipalities that have used this. In the city of Manchester alone, at least 5,000 locations that could probably be argued where this might have happened either in use or in training. How on earth did you come up with the number of half a person?
Thank you for the question, Representative Pearson. And I do want to emphasize, we don't have any half persons working at DES, but we often calculate, we often calculate the amount of time that someone will have to work on something in fractions, because obviously a particular assignment doesn't necessarily take an entire position, it's full time. When we look at this, it will clearly be very front loaded with work in terms of developing the reporting system, getting that system through the rulemaking process in any appropriate forms, and then doing any perhaps work with the IT department to develop a system for managing, a database for managing that information, and then collecting the information that will come in. And so in the very beginning, it might well be more than that, but as we were trying to be reasonable as we calculated out over time, after those initial reports come in, our expectation would be that the intensity and frequency of reporting would be a lot less. So, it's always an inexact science trying to calculate these things, but our best estimates were that an equivalent of a half of a position would be required to set up, stand up, implement, and then over time manage this program.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
So the calculation that was made was based on the fact that the municipalities will be expending manpower and time to conduct these surveys and not the DES. Is that correct?
Well, certainly the information that is required for those municipalities to report, it would be their job to compile that information. To go to your earlier question, if I may, we have a lot of requirements that sometimes ask for information that just simply isn't available. And so as long as the municipality made a good faith effort to collect what information they had, if their reporting was not complete with respect to volumes or specific dates, but they provided the information that they had available, I think we would not see that as a compliance issue. We would obviously we would understand that, just because you write down a requirement for something that happened in the past, you can't necessarily expect the party to have all of that information.
Yes, and Representative Pearson, there is also no money in that estimate for the effort the towns, the cities probably would expend researching their records.
That's correct.
Representative Schmidt, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to inject a potentially interesting fact into the discussion, I'm sure, Madam Chair, you'll recall, and some of the senior members of the committee will recall, that roughly 3 to 4 years ago, we had a bill with regard to firefighting foams. And so my question for Mr. Wimsatt is whether he recalls, or he of his own knowledge, whether he participated in the committee deliberations. We had a subcommittee and we examined this whole complex of the existing firefighting foams and what aspects of improving them, removing the more toxic and dangerous chemicals from them was, and so forth. So I'm just injecting that because Mr. Wimsatt may have been involved in that process, and that information would be helpful to the committee with regard to this bill.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Yes, I have participated in testifying on other bills and also on subcommittees that have worked on issues related to this firefighting question. And as Ms. Murphy indicated earlier, we have issued a report based on we work very closely with the Fire Marshal's office to reach out to the firefighting companies in the state to get information about their stocks of PFAS foams, because we were working on a program for taking back those legacy foams, the older foams that I mentioned that have higher concentrations of more concerning PFAS compounds. So we have made some progress on that, and we've also worked on a number of sites where drinking water has been impacted by the use of these foams or the disposal of these foams. So we're learning more each day, but we still have a lot more to learn.
Right. I think that whatever was produced with regard to that particular bill and that study committee report would be useful in this topic in any case.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wimsatt, do you know if any other states collect this type of information?
Thank you, Representative Fellows. That's a good question. I don't know specifically any states that have actually, established laws for the collection of this information. I know that a number of other states are very aware of this problem and have been working on many fronts to collect information about how and where not just Class B firefighting foams, but other materials that contain PFAS have been used and disposed of. Because, unfortunately, as we've learned more about this over the last 5 years or so, PFAS contamination exists in a lot of places, and it's impacted a number of both public and private drinking water systems.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Wimsatt? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 141? Raise your hand if you do. Ms. Cotter?
Hi there. I just wanted to say that in 2008, Minnesota did do an extensive survey. It's called the Delta Project, and I did send it along with my written testimony that you folks should have, and it really gives a great review of the questions that were asked to the fire services and their responses of what they knew. It might be something that that Mike may want to take a look at for New Hampshire DES as well. And also I also included it as well in my written testimony, was the state of Michigan that also did a survey, and I think they worked with their New Hampshire their Michigan DES in regards to surveying their fire services. So you can see their response as well. They actually went on record to put all 1,400 fire stations on their potential PFAS contamination sites. So, but there's some great material in there if folks want to take a look at that.
Further questions? Thank you very much. And anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Oh, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to call it to the committee's attention as well that our former committee member former Representative Mark Prue, a former firefighter as well, was on the committee and was involved in the bill that I referenced in my earlier remarks. And he's somebody that the committee might want to contact with regard to his expertise on the subject, because I believe he's engaged in some training activities currently, and he might well have information with regard to this topic.
Thank you. There being no further testifying, I'm going to close the public hearing on SB 141. Chair herself is returning. Just close the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
You know,
All right, well, while we're here, does anyone have a motion on this bill? Representative Goley?
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, I was wondering if you had a motion.
On House Bill 141,
Mm-hmm.
I will move inexpedient to legislate.
I'll second.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Representative Schuett, I thought had do you have an amendment on this?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. If we kill this bill, can we proceed with the hearing on the non-germane amendment next Monday?
We would, well, actually, you're right. We should probably not actually vote ITL, but I think we should discuss it from that standpoint.
All right, thank you.
And then we will recess before the vote. Representative Goley, your comments?
I believe that this is an unworkable solution. I mean, working for City of Manchester, and like Representative O'Brien said, being from Nashua, knowing the number of calls we do a year and going back and searching and researching records over numerous years is going to be at an expense. And I think finding all of these locations and recording them is going to be almost impossible. I'm surprised that some of the local departments aren't here to talk about that because I think it will be time consuming and probably not even being able to get it done. I mean, I could see going from here on out, going forward, but backtracking, I don't think is a reality. So that's why I go along with this.
That's what I seconded, because I believe it's a downshifting to municipalities of the difficulty of tracking decades of use and trying to report it in 120 days and with no funding for the municipalities. Representative Sytek.
Yeah, I don't know to whom this question, maybe to the sponsor. Representative Goley, you're there, so I'm not really asking you. But what I'm thinking about, the business end of this is the drinking water supply. You build a house where you're checking the municipal water, or the condo association I'm in Londonderry, and they've got to lower. What difference does it make what's in the ground? It's what you're coming out of your pipe and what you have to do to treat your water to get it down to, was it the 5 microgram, whatever, the very low. I'm not sure, going forward sounds not a bad idea, I suppose, but Jeff, I don't mean to be looking at you, but I'm trying to put you on the spot. I'm trying to figure out, it doesn't matter. Does it matter? I have to purify my water. It doesn't matter what the survey says or what was there. It might affect me as a builder, whether I wanted to drill a well there or not. I'm talking too much. My concern is, what good does it actually do? That's it.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated earlier, fire service history is a substantial hobby of mine, and I probably, knowing the players that circle in that world in New Hampshire, I'm going to tell you that probably without exception, I have more historical fire service documents than just about anybody. My numbers for the city of Manchester alone are above 10,000. So, and I'm going to tell you that what is being asked here is not possible. It's just not possible. So I appreciate the intent. I appreciate the concern. I certainly share the concerns of the member of the public whose husband is a retired Worcester lieutenant. And, this is an issue that the fire service does truly care about. But we're not debating that. We're debating House Bill 141. And 141, I just, sometimes I look at this and go, okay, maybe, is there a way that this could be tweaked to make it workable? And I got to tell you, I've been racking my brain about it, and it just isn't. It's just not there. And I appreciate, Madam Chair, what you said as far as the downshifting of costs. Clearly that's the avenue to which they think this is going to work. So, between the downshifting of costs and the impossibility of any fire department coming up with the information they're looking for, I don't see any other option but ITL.
Representative Blackus?
A few things. One is the section of statute that this repeals and reenacts already requires reporting the use of the firefighting foam with PFAS going forward. So that's already in statute. I just did a little poking around and a comment from Representative Pearson. There are Class B firefighting foams that do not contain PFAS. They may not work quite as well. I'm sure there'll be ongoing development. And at some point, I imagine, firefighting foam with PFAS won't be used. But this bill would require ongoing reporting of the use of any Class B firefighting foam. And well, maybe that could be fixed. Given the other concerns, I think we need to ITL it.
Representative Grassi?
Yes, Madam Chairperson. Having been a town planner for 20 years, I have some experience in particularly locating developments, but I think that, excuse me, this is maybe something you want to retain because there was a discussion about just dropping in a well and you're concerned about not what's in the ground, but what comes out of your tap. And of course that's important, but what comes out of the ground and what's on the ground and in the ground, it can be very important on when you locate a development or locate homes. You don't want to actually start developing an area that may have some contaminants on it. And this would help identify areas that you could maybe clean up prior to the development of a project, or at least you know what your costs are going to be before you start investing a lot of work in the development of the project. I would hate to see a developer go in and want to do a site where there may have been some fire testing 10 years previously. I certainly understand the problem of the record keeping and the data that's out there, but if it's at all possible, and I think DES did say this during the discussion, was that they understand that there's some places the information is just not going to be available. Another thing I have as well, a concern that I would have as well, is that when you have business or industries that are located in an area and there is a contamination that occurs or is found in that area, they may originally point the finger at that industry or that business, even though they may have nothing to do with PFAS. Somebody may say, well, there may have been an illegal dumping of PFAS. If you can show that there's a disbursement of fire retardants at that time that were PFAS, then they could say it's not us. It was a test of the fire department. So don't put the liability on the business. And this would be another way to prove that a business could use to defend itself against an accusation that they were contaminating the ground. And I think it would be better for the committee to retain it rather than to ITL it, so that you can take a look at it and look at these things and maybe put some exemptions in there that would cover the problems that you would have with gathering all the information. We should at least try. Thank you.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to answer, I think it was Representative Lakis, but being on a the fire department for 35 years, having worked at the National Airport, airport fire certified. Yeah, we did use an awful lot of foam. This particular foam that you're talking about, yes, there are other protein-based foams that you can use on Class B flammable liquid fires that aren't as harmful. Some of them, the old ones used to be made out of fish guts. They stunk like hell, but they did the trick. The thing is with this one in particular is, again, it's still in use as far as I know. It's the hazardous materials that fire departments have to deal with today. It's today's modern society that is inviting more type of products into their lives that where used to be natural type of products. So therefore, what this particular foam does, it could be used on just gasoline type fires. The answer is yes. But ketones and acetones, alcohol in particular, those products are miscible in water. And because they're miscible in water, this particular foam works well in trying to put a film over it, and that's how it extinguishes. It also could be used in lower concentrations to put on a brush fire. So it does have multi-purpose. But getting to this, I originally was going to support Representative Goley's ITL, but then it was mentioned of perhaps retaining the bill. And this is a very serious subject. It's opening up the door to something that else is happening. I don't know if you know it, but when you wear your firefighter gear, the same stuff that the firefighters wear in fighting the fires is made out of the same products that we're talking about here. So just by putting on your coat and your bunker pants, you are exposed. But the thing is, this is a situation that does have in some communities something pertained. I wouldn't mind giving it, because of the needs of those communities, of giving it a crack to look at it. But there's a lot of changes. There will be a lot of work. The 120 days of notification, that's going to have to be reworked, and make sure that municipalities aren't going to be held harmless, and trying to come up with ideas. So I would be open to retaining this only because the subject matter, it is something, being on the fire department, we have hazardous materials teams. We are concerned with the environment. And if one of the products we are using is causing some, harm, although not maliciously, it's one of the agents we use to help the public in extinguishing the fires, maybe it might behoove us to retain it, take a good look at it. And if the recommendation from the committee that retained it is to ITL, then let's go for it. But it's something that is worthy, I think, of us to take a look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, it's clearly a 28A issue. Representative Pearson already likely referred to that earlier. But there's no question that this bill is not viable, not workable. And since it's a very strong 28A issue with no funding provided in the bill, it's just not workable. So, but to the degree that we had some mention earlier of an amendment that could use the bill as a vehicle, we can study this issue, which is worthy of consideration by the committee, especially with our expertise with all the firefighters and former municipal people on the committee. We could study anything we want to. We don't have to have a bill, but the bill could serve as a viable vehicle for this amendment. I have no idea what the amendment is, but apparently it's non-germane by one remark I heard earlier. So that might be the route we want to go. We don't have to retain the bill in order to study the issue. Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that basically is the point I was going to make. If the committee agrees with my non-germane amendment, and the amendment I'm hoping to put forward has nothing to do with the subject matter of this bill. And by virtue of replacing it with that amendment, this particular bill would not be shown as inexpedient to legislate. Therefore, a bill with similar tenets in it could come forward next year with no problem. And I hope that the sponsors are still listening. I would urge them to go forward with that idea and making some of the corrections that were suggested here today. Thank you.
Representative
Representative Grassi, if I might address you for a second. Your town is a lot kinder than ours. Our town would not pay for this map. They would tell, they're not interested in saving developers money. They tell you, the developer, I built some houses in Salem and I decided I wanted to sleep at night, so I got out of the game. Go to Rockingham County Conservation District and have your soils tested, but don't bother us. Just saying.
It's nice that we have local control. Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I want to jump on something that Representative Schmidt said in reference to the look back that we did when Representative Prue was on this committee. We did in fact have a committee that looked at this issue 2 years ago, and looking back at the time, the foam industry had brought some quote unquote technical experts to our committee to try to shuck and jive eDNA at that time, and we kind of we think we beat them down pretty hard. I mean, Mark and I were kind of brutal on those guys, you know. But honestly, you know, let's not get lost in the weeds here. As far as, you know, yes, absolutely, the fire service and those of us that have been in the fire service really do have a concern over the gear and over the PFAS that's involved and all that. No question. But again, focusing back on the fact that we're looking at House Bill 141, which doesn't talk about gear, which doesn't talk about really anything in relationship to the people that have used this. This is really just about trying to take a deep dive into groundwater contamination. And I think that can handle a very different way that involves very different angles and just this route. We looked at this 2 years ago. I mean, the subcommittee did some good work 2 years ago. So I think putting this back into another subcommittee to do what we did 2 years ago is going to probably produce the same result. So I mean, if that's really what you want.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thought is that retaining it would be a good idea, because if we could just make it not reporting events in the past, but just going forward, that would not be a huge burden on the towns to report that. And I think it's important for not just groundwater issues, but also for the firefighters, because it would also be a record of their exposure also.
Yes, except the current law already requires reporting going forward. So we don't need a bill because it's already there.
Okay, I'll look at that existing statute.
Okay, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's one of the points I was just going to bring up leading into. I would ask that the committee go and read what this bill is looking to replace, RSA 154:8B, because I pulled it up and brings back some memory of when we did pass this bill a few years back, and that it does require beginning January 1st, 2020, no person, local government, or state agency shall discharge or otherwise use for training or testing purposes Class B firefighting foam, for which PFAS chemicals has been intentionally added. However, testing shall be done at regulated facilities that are contained in treated and disposal is done properly. So we've already said that they cannot be used. We've also put in, there was DES, Department shall survey municipalities throughout the state on the quantity, stock, and legacy foams and determine the cost of instituting a take-back program. And beginning on July 1st, 2021, the department shall institute a take-back program on these foams for the purpose of safe and contained disposal. And then finally, Madam Chair, in this RSA is anytime a Class B, and specifically to what you just spoke to, anytime a Class B firefighting foam to which PFAS chemicals has been intentionally added is discharged, the municipality making the discharge shall notify the Department of Environmental Services within 48 hours of such discharge. I think this bill is doing everything, this RSA already does everything we're talking about that we're looking to retain. So I don't believe there is a reason to retain this because it is all being documented now here on going forward. So with that, I would urge the committee not to retain it. I think the work's been done previously, and if you go look at the RSA, you will see that. And thank you.
Thank you. Representative Allegro?
I just had a procedural question of the chair, please.
Yes.
Since we have a motion on the floor, are we allowed to, before we deal with that, consider amendments and other motions, or?
Since it's an ITL motion, we cannot explicitly consider amendments. You have to have an ought to pass recommendation to consider amendments. However, my intention is to let us debate this until it seems like we've reached a conclusion. And then on next Monday, we are scheduled to hear that amendment. And after that, we can withdraw this motion and move on to pass with the amendment, or we can go ahead with the ITL if we don't like that amendment.
I understand, thank you.
No, that's where we should go. That's the way we should do it, Carol.
Right, where we will not take a vote today, but we should finish the debate and come to it, make up our minds. Representative Schultz, do you still have a question or a comment?
Representative Goley answered it and didn't even know it.
Good job. Representative Lekis.
My question's already been asked.
Excellent.
Or
Representative
answered.
Saitek.
I have a question to the chair. Am I allowed to vote with Foley?
Yes, sir. Representative Goley frequently votes correctly. You are, however, allowed to vote the same way as he does for a different reason. But, anyone else? Oh, there's two hands there.
So
Representative Schmidt and then Fellows.
No, I already said my piece. We should do what you suggested. And the motion can be withdrawn at the appropriate moment. We can look at this amendment, whatever the heck it is.
Okay. Representative Fellows then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if we can ask Mr. Wimsatt about that last section of the RSA we looked at about that says effective, I think, January 2020, that municipalities should have been reporting this, and if he's keeping a database of that.
Is he still with us? Yes, he is. All right. Mr. Wimsatt, we do want to ask that question. He's still here.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Sorry, there was a little delay there while I was promoted to be a speaker again. I did hear the question, and yes, we are collecting that information. I don't think we've gotten an awful lot of reports, but we certainly, I believe we have received some reports. I'm aware of a few circumstances where some Class B foam was used. Sometimes we have some direct knowledge of that because our emergency response folks who are on call 24/7 provide a lot of support to the fire service when there are, say, for example, a petroleum truck that rolls over or something. We often get called for the environmental piece of that. We provide direct support to the fire service. So we're often in the know when that kind of a circumstance has occurred. And so I do believe we have some information about that, yes.
So follow up?
Follow up?
Yes, just so does that mean that you're going to keep track of that information? So 3 years from now, somebody wanted to see that, anybody from the public who wanted to see that would have access to that information?
Right. So anytime we get involved in a response or receive a report, it becomes part of our records, and those are public records that would be available.
Well, I guess just to clarify, is it going to be in some kind of log, or would that all of those incidents be kind of like in a spreadsheet, something like that?
I think right now probably the answer is the latter. It's very likely in a spreadsheet. And but said that also, if we receive a report about an incident, it goes into our database of sites and the place that's had a release where we've done received some information. And if you're familiar with our one-stop system where you can go online and search in the community for information, it would likely be available there as well. But the short answer is yes, we very likely have it in the spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, a question of Mr. Wimsatt while he's still here with us.
Please.
Mr. Wimsatt, I'm looking and you're supposed to be taking a survey of municipalities on the legacy phones and the stocks they have. And then it says, according to the statute, beginning July 1st of this year, you'll start instituting a take back program. Are you folks, how is that going so far? And are you in a place to start that on July 1st?
Sure. So we will be reporting on that. Early on, we were doing pretty well because we had identified actually a small source of funding through an unrelated enforcement action that we were working on, and a facility that could take these legacy phones and treat them. Unfortunately, that facility was in New York State, and for a variety of reasons, there have been questions, it's been called into question whether that facility can safely treat those materials. And at least temporarily, it is no longer able to accept foams for destruction. So as a result, there really isn't a good option for disposal right now. And so we are trying to sort out where we're going to go on that. So we will certainly report on that by the deadline, but I'm sorry to say we're not going to have a take back program set up and ready and operational because we don't have regionally or even really nationally, there are no good solutions for where these materials can be taken and disposed of.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 141? No, we're going to recess the meeting, and it could be, we could be changed after next Monday. Okay. Yes, next Monday we are going to hear our 2 second committee bills. This is a second committee bill. Anyway, we have a hearing and the non-germane amendment on Monday, and and I expect we will probably exact or try to the few remaining bills we have left over. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being someone who loves horses and does not care to beat a dead one, I would bring up the subject of our vote on House Bill 208. I did consult with the clerk during our lunch break, and he confirmed that we technically should have reconsidered our previous vote on ought to pass as amended.
Yes, and in the future, if it ever comes up again, I will do so. I remembered a different section of Masons, and I thought they could be renewed, but
yeah,
in any event, there was a firm vote.
I believe what you were citing does apply on the House floor, but not in committee or something like that. But I appreciate that. I just wanted to be sure that going forward, the process would be correct.
Yes. Yes, Representative Saito.
Representative Schuett, if you love horses, the only ones to beat are dead ones.
I agree. But I wouldn't even want to be a dead one.
Okay. Does anyone else have any issues or concerns? In that case, we will, oh, darn. Representative Goley, you asked about getting someone from fiscal to talk to us. And about the emergency orders.
Yes.
I think that's who it was. I just got a call that was not, I told Representative Weiler to call at 2:15. And my phone did not vibrate, so. He's willing to explain how fiscal works and what, hello, is this Kim Weiler? Yeah. Oh, it's on Karen Weiler. Look, could you join the Zoom? For EDNA? Okay, good. It's in the calendar. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, that was Representative Weiler. He will be joining us to explain how fiscal works and relative to emergency orders. So that is currently chair of fiscal and has been on it many times.
Would that be on Monday next that he will talk to us?
No, as soon as he joins the Zoom.
Oh, now. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, that was a question that came up, and I don't believe any of us has actually served on fiscal. So, unlike say Gelgar.
What was the question?
Whether fiscal could deal with emergency orders.
Oh, I see.
He's just for information.
Assuming this is the amendment to 417.
Or any of the other emergency bills, we were concerned about oversight, and fiscal is definitely one of the places that oversight would make sense.
Okay.
Representative Lekis, my concern was whether we should send it to governor and council or governor and with the oversight of the fiscal committee. So that's where I just wanted to hear where fiscal stood in versus the council approving expenditures and appropriations.
Actually, there is a statute, which I don't remember the number offhand, Representative McGuire pointed it out, that says that in a, how does it work? That any, remember offhand what RSA that was?
It was in.
That any expenditures over some amount that had to go to governor and council also had to go to fiscal. So I think the existing statute made it happen. It's my understanding.
Underhurst college.
At the moment, he can because it's not governor and council. That was why my amendment suggested that the council.
Email here. Find that email.
It's, I think, it's.
I think it was RSA 14:30A, Part 6. Let me take a look.
Yeah, 14 is legislative officers and proceedings, and fiscal 1430 A is the fiscal committee. And that's where its responsibilities are.
It's not gonna cause any problems. It's unstable, like they say, it's gonna share. It's not getting toasted as much.
We're getting information. Oh, yes. Yeah, 14:30-A Roman 6 says any non-state funds in excess of 100,000, including refunds of expenditures, federal aid, local funds, gifts, bequests, grants, and funds from any other non-state sources, which under state law require the approval of governor and council for acceptance and expenditure, may be accepted and expended by the proper persons or agencies in the state government only with the prior approval of the fiscal committee of the general court.
So by adding governor and council to governor and council, I guess it invokes that bit of statute.
But hasn't the government been able to waive other statutes already?
Well, that's a good question.
And that's my question is if we, just by putting governor and council, does it revert back to that RSA or not? Because this is in 21P:43, emergency statute. So I'm
Right.
wondering, we need to reference that statute when we do this to make sure. And Representative Weiler may be able to help us on that.
As soon as he gets here, we'll have to ask him because that's really in the weeds.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but I saw before that there was an HB 533 regarding the Lottery Commission on, it was listed previously for today.
Not today, that's for next Monday.
Aha.
We're hearing 433, the Lottery Commission, and 187, I think it is, the emergency powers of HHS.
Thank you. Sorry about
Those
that.
are our 2 second committee bills, and we're hearing them on Monday.
Perfect. Thank you.
I have an amendment on 187, just a fair warning to everybody.
Thank you.
I believe it should have been. I think it was distributed. I filed it last week.
Yes, I've seen it. It looked pretty housekeeping, I'm afraid.
Madam Chair, did you speak to Representative Weiler?
Yes, I did. I'll try.
I'm looking at the calendar for Monday, the 15th.
Uh-huh.
And it's saying we're hearing a non-germane amendment to 533
Should also say the other 2.
Related to PFAS.
Yeah, this morning, those 2 bills you mentioned, Madam Chair, were actually listed for today on one part of the website calendar, and then it changed midday.
Well, they were intended to be done next week. I mean, I would have liked to have done them today, but we didn't get them in time to put them in the calendar.
They're actually in the paper calendar, at least I get it mailed for next Monday.
Right. It's correct on the paper one, and it's someplace it confused me because well, it probably doesn't even matter, but in some part of the website, now that we have multiple places to have an electronic calendar, which I like, it was listed incorrectly, but I think I may be the only person who noticed that. I don't know. Things to talk about while we're waiting. I don't know.
Yes, well, it was a mistake. I would, like I said, the Monday is inconvenient because you have to get things in the calendar a week and a half in advance. So I only had a week on that.
Oh, I see a hand up. Nope, that's Miriam.
Uh-huh.
do we have a PFAS amendment in 533 as an germane amendment?
Yes, Ms. Simmons, you are calling, you want to speak to
Oh, I
us.
see, that's a third public hearing.
It was just there is an issue with the connectivity through the posting process that the IT people have been working on for the past 3 to 4 weeks. It's still not resolved. Sometimes things are showing up on the docket that we have made corrections to in the paper calendar. And so there's actually been several comments this morning from the general court's IT department on trying to address this. So if you go by the paper calendar, the docket on occasion may be incorrect, but IT is working on it.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
It's good to know we're not the only ones who are confused. Hello, yes, and we're. Okay, you can come in on the public link and I'll bring you in as a participant. Okay, sorry.
Chair, I'd like to also thank you for your incredible meteorological skills as far as not having us stuck in meetings when it's 60 degrees out for the next 3 days.
Yes, we will enjoy Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday on our own.
And Friday is supposed to have a high of 64 down where we are. Thursday and Friday. Even tomorrow, 51. It's almost t-shirt weather.
How much tomorrow? 51. Whoa. So
You could be home today.
Well, today's cooler, so we might as well be here. Well, it is sunny. We actually haven't had to drive through a lot of snow either. A little bit.
We've had no snow.
Okay, why don't, can you join us next, this is getting ridiculous. Yeah, maybe it's you because we've had people attending the meeting all day. Okay, well, maybe probably it is, okay. Okay, well, we'll see if we can arrange something for Monday. Next Monday, would that work for you? Yep. Probably about, the same time, 2, 3 o'clock. Okay, I will see if we can, we'll plan on that. We have some attendance in the LOB, so you don't need a computer. Okay? Okay, thank you. Bye. We have technical difficulties. Representative Weiler's computer doesn't want to join up to any Zoom. So he will be joining us next Monday afternoon to top off our the rest of our session. And I think that's all for today. Sure looks like it. Looks like it here. Okay. Unless somebody else has something important, we'll close for the day, and thank you for a very productive session.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.